Sorry, I was trying to fix the positioning of this thing.
Hi, 3 days until Neo 2 big smile.
3? It's March 13th. That's 4 days. Unless you live in Australia.
"3 days and something hours."
Maybe where you live, not where I live. It's on March 13th.
Yes, can't wait.
For me, it's still 4 more days. "3 days, 35 minutes if you want to be exact, but it doesn't matter.
Hopefully Monster aren't as hard for a mission.
Of course I'm not gonna be. Go and look at the difficulty of the trial versus Ogress in the final game. The old Last Chance trial. The Last Chance trial for Neo 1 had Ogress in it.
How are you, Smile?
Better than I was a couple days ago.
That's good.
I couldn't keep my voice. I still can't keep my voice. My voice still kicks out every once in a while.
If I ever need help in Neo 2, would you be interested to help me out if you end up finishing the story before me?
Depends on how often you play.
I play every day, sir, haha.
I never see... You must always have your account in offline mode then.
My account is mostly offline. Otherwise I get spam.
Just make it so random accounts can't message you.
That is very true.
Just don't ever make it so no one can send you a friend request, otherwise you'll always have to add other people. Because if someone really wants to add you or send you a message, they can just send you a friend request, and in the friend request you can put a message.
He'll let you know I need to go to bed, just wanted to say hi, have a good night, it's 1:22 a.m. here. Have a good stream.
Alright. See you around. Why did I stand up just then? I don't know why. Dang. It is super dad.
Hello there.
How's it going? Crunch. Sorry, I was just making sure that I'd turned my mic on. What? I didn't pull the switch? I'm so stupid. Mr. Wi-Fi. That did damage to me. Motherfucker, I know where to go. We're going at my speed, not your speed, nerd. Wow, you do 200 damage a hit. You get some better blood gems. How'd you even get this far into the chalices with that garbage damage? You hit for less than my cane does. So yeah. Mr. 200 damage a swing.
Silver Beast Lives Matter.
You gotta time that so specifically to hit with both hits. Whoops, I thought he was alive. Okay then. So we gotta go this way and then go left. Nope. Back from whence you came, wench. Other wolf just not gonna give a shit. What? Roasting me. Come on, why you no break, box? Break. There we go. What the? He's not even sitting the correct way. Oh my god, I left him at like 1 HP. I need more strength. Nope. No, don't be the idiot that stands back there. Fuck, I hate co-oping this boss with people. People make this boss so much harder. Dude, you better get in front of it real fast. No getting underneath it. You're just making it fucking flail, retard. If you fight this boss like that in Bloodborne, just know you are fighting it wrong. I don't care what your opinion is. You are fighting it wrong if you are fighting underneath him in his first fucking phase. That's only acceptable when he's in his last phase. You just make it worse because all he does is flail. See, this guy understands. This guy isn't a fucking retard. Wow, what a genius. And other guy sitting there, I'm gonna attack the legs. I never learned how to fight this boss properly. My pea-brain only knows how to attack. What you get. Gotta become the master. I only co-op to give other people something to do because I want to be the cooperator. I don't want to be the fucking host. I hate having to deal with the way other people try to fight these bosses. Some people are absolute fucking retards. And just me thinking about it is causing me to fuck up something that I don't fuck up at all. Talk less about idiots. Just stop being one. I hate doing that to people because it makes me look like an asshole when I kick a person out of my world after they've helped me through the entire level. But you're just making the fight harder. The whole point of co-oping with someone is to help make it easier for them. Which doesn't mean attacking the fucking thing in the tail and making it flail all over the place because you never learned how to fight the fucking boss. The only phase that's hard with that boss is its third phase, and that's if you stand away from it or walk anywhere out from its legs. Because in the third phase, it doesn't have the flail attack, which makes dealing with it incredibly annoying because it can spam that attack and you can't hit it with your normal melee weapons when you're not standing behind it hitting the feet. And if you're a fucking nematode, then you probably don't realize that when you hit it in the feet, it does incredibly reduced damage versus just taking the extra 10 seconds, waiting for him to do an attack like me and the other guy were doing, and you just run in and hit his arms or hit his head. And it's that easy. Again, the third phase is the only phase where a person should have trouble on that boss after playing it for more than 5 times. Because you eventually just learn that it's set up with... It's not like you're fighting a fucking... It's not like Pontiff Sullivan. Pontiff Sullivan, or bosses from like DS3, that are just... Zush, 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 zush. I can't stand that shit. That is just like, it's only good when an enemy has it. Because enemies only need to kill the player with its minuscule amount of HP. Imagine if, and this is what I would always love to see in a Dark Souls mod, but it's mostly just because I'm a weirdo and I don't agree with how most people think about a lot of things. I would love to see a version of Dark Souls with a mod that instead of having an Estus flask, however much health you got from an Estus flask would be added onto your maximum health. And every time you upgraded your Estus flask amount, you gained that amount extra. So if you had, say, 10 Estus flask plus 5, you just have that amount of health from the beginning of the level to the end of the level. No healing items. Because it's the same thing. The only difference is that the way a Souls game is set up is you are required to use your healing items to get the maximum amount of HP out of your character. Take, for example, my Bloodborne character. My blood vials... Let's just say that I have 2,000 HP. I know I don't, I have 1,900, but it's easier to work with 2,000. So if you can take 40% of 2,000, 800, so 800 a blood vial, right? Add 20 times 800, it's a lot. 16,000 if you don't do maths. It's 20 times 800. I think it's 16,000, right? I'm not doing math wrong. I haven't developed like a wrong way of doing math in my head, have I? Hold on. I'll verify with the calculator. Not an actual calculator. I'm just going to use the calculator app on my computer just to make sure. Yeah, 16,000. I was right. It's basic math. The easy way to do it, if you're not that good at mathematics, one of the ways that a teacher taught me when I was younger, not only how to teach other people how to do better at mathematics, because I wasn't one of the people who struggled with math in school, but one of my teachers, and I talked about this before, would always help other kids specifically. Like, she'd like take them off to one side and help them. And one of the things that with multiplication is you can always break, if it's a multiplication where it has a 0 at the end and there's no other numbers in between, that is no different than doing multiplication without the zeros. It's the same number, just add the zeros and stuff like that. So with 800 times 20, what's 8 times 2? And then add all the zeros. 8 times 2 is 16. 3 zeros, 16,000. Easy. If you ever have trouble doing basic numbers maths to make estimates or something, you have a workplace environment or whatever, just always remember that. That's the best tip any teacher can teach you when you're young for doing mathematics. At least simple mathematics. Again, stuff that's rounded to 0. It's why a lot of places round things to 0, because it makes it easier to do stuff to mathematics than rounding to 5. Even though 5 is the second easiest thing to work with in mathematics. Because increments of 5 are not so high of a pattern where it starts to become hard for most people's brains. Normally, most people's brains start to encounter difficulty with numbers once you hit around 7 to 8 and stuff like that. That's where, like, middle-level intelligence people will have a hard time, is about like multiplication based off of complex numbers. Like if you had like 21 or 22 times like 16 or something like that, that would be harder for someone than 27 times 16. I know that sounds weird, but people who aren't good at multiplication are better at dealing with lower numbers, because they just have a problem being able to mentally visualize like amounts and quantities and stuff like that. That's why, even though it sucks, all the modern schooling systems for teaching mathematics require the show your work thing, and you basically have to draw out that visual thing that I'm talking about in your head, what helps you get to the answer and other shit like that. But you have to do it without copying 180 other kids, without being within the scrutiny of copying stuff from the internet as well. So even if you are a good or smart kid in school, nowadays you're just labeled as someone who Googles everything, which isn't even bad. I love that people make fun of people who Google stuff. Like, the stuff that they know doesn't come from something similar to that. Like, all the information we know today wasn't written down in an encyclopedia by some douchebag fucking 1500 years ago. Which is now, in these kids' modern era, these kids who are 20 years old and grew up with the internet, they don't fucking understand what went into getting all the information we know today, only for their generation to make knowledge and learning a negative thing. Again, only in games like Darkest Dungeon is being a person who's obsessed with the acquisition of knowledge is considered a negative trait. Even I call it a negative trait. Why should I? Everybody should be obsessed with learning. But I only call it a negative trait because whenever I talk to people in real life, people fucking hate whenever I talk about anything that isn't the weather, how they're doing, or did you see what that guy did at the store last week? That's every convo I've ever had with Mike, and it's one of the reasons why I don't want him to take me on the radio, because I don't want to be on the radio where, one, I can't swear. My audience, because I was roasting him the other night for this shit, because he was like, oh, we're gonna talk about Like what you said, because I had said some stuff to him about like gardening and other shit like that, and I'm like, go ahead, dude. I don't like, regardless of what you say, you are reaching such a small, insignificant audience, it won't matter. And I'm like, I'm not saying that to insult you. I'm just saying that even though it's your childhood dream to be on the radio, it's 2020. I obviously didn't yell that at him, but it's like, come on, dude. Like, you'd be better off literally recording your live radio sessions and putting them on YouTube. You'd get more people watching you. It's like, still do broadcast it on the radio normally. But it's like I told him, he's missing a huge opportunity alongside his radio station that he works at now, not streaming it. And it's just like I told him, just get a couple webcams, get a guy who knows how to work simple streaming software and can show you how to do it. And then all you need to do is literally stream, and within a short amount of time, I wouldn't even doubt that they would garner a better audience, because like I said, they don't swear, because it's a public access radio station for Christian and Catholic people. Not that it is a religious based radio station, it's just that's the standards. Anything you wouldn't hear on a religious thing, you wouldn't hear on their radio station, is what I'm saying. Even though, and this is the part that I find funny, even though all they play is rock and metal music on the radio station in between small talking segments. That's all they do. He keeps telling me to tune into it, and I'm like, dude, where am I going to tune into it? I don't have a fucking car with a radio in it. The only thing that has radio in my fucking house that can actually pick up radio stations and play it is my old stereo system that has a receiver on the back of it. It's like, I'm not buying fucking AA batteries, and my Weather NOAA radio stays on the weather. It doesn't go on anything else. Just like I told him. It's a weather radio for a reason. Everyone should have one of those, though. If you live in America and you live anywhere eastern of the Rocky Mountains, you should always have something that can tell you if a tornado is near. Even if you live in the Northeast, like where I live, and we get an insignificant amount of tornadoes, but even just a EF0 could wreak havoc here. There's no place for me to run. I'd have to know at least 15, 20 minutes in advance so I could go over and holler at Mike to open up his hatch. But then again, he'd probably be so drunk and so idiotic that me trying to tell him that there's a tornado coming, if he's even over there, to unlock the hatch to his cellar beneath his sink, because he's one of the only houses around here that actually has a bay opening cellar, where it opens from the top and you go into a concrete room, basically. Otherwise, if you stood outside here, there's so many people who just leave shit out in their yard. When we got the windstorm, like 5-6 days ago or so that we got, there were people's sleds from their yard. I was walking down the road the morning after, and someone's sled was just in the middle of the road. And I guess no one in their cars wanted to step out of their warm car to pick it up, so it just sat there in the middle of the road until I decided to go for my walk, and I picked it up, and I don't know whose sled it was. I just went to the nearest house's stairwell and just shoved it underneath the stairwell to prevent it from blowing away again. People's trash bins, because We have trash collectors that will come around, so people just leave them out here, and they'll blow over in the wind sometimes too, because most of them aren't tied down to anything. Of course not. But in an open area, when you have a valley like this that goes west to east, any west to easterly winds are magnified because there's nothing blocking them. And it just pushes down into the valley, and you get even more speed out of the wind. The only saving grace for me is there are 2 taller buildings than me on the other side of me, blocking the wind. But those buildings will go first, and the shit from their yard will go flying in the fucking air and in through the paper-thin walls of the place that I live. I don't know, though. It's like I've told him several times when I've been over there. I'm just not a radio guy. I'm not the type of person to, like, put on the voice and be like, and welcome to... I don't have a voice for that. My voice changes on a daily basis, as I tell people. Due to having, like, acid reflux as a kid, and, like, any tiny amount of sickness will fuck with my vocal cords. And my voice will go from being up and down and up and down and up and down on a daily basis. Because I always get into a lot of heated conversations with him, just naturally, because he's a person who drinks. I find it funny how against himself he is. Not in the literal sense, just in the sense of the way that he thinks about things. So, to give you more insight on this Mike person that I'm talking about, since he's on the radio now, he's a public person. He used to be a person who was like, mirrors, everything is mirrors. Everything is cameras and mirrors. The second he got the chance to be on a radio, that instantly went down the drain now, didn't it? But he ain't here to be roasted. So, to save it bluntly, his name is Mike Doucette. They call him the Deuce on the show. No, I'm not joking. And he runs a shirt printing studio. And one of his shirt prints that he's done before is Keep the Woods Woods. And he does it with like a leaf kind of pattern on the print. So it kind of looks like naturalistic in a way. But secondarily, he says Keep the Woods Woods. How does he dispose of his garden? Does he compost it? Like, out of a list of A, C, B, D, A, B, C, D, I was, like, thinking of it vertically, you know, like when you see it on, like, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, the A is above the C and the B is above the D. I don't know why my brain reads it like that, but that's, like, if you want to know why I fucked up the alphabet, it's not fucking up the alphabet, it's just the way that my brain looks at those things. I look from left to right, I go down columns, I don't go left to right in columns. I don't know, it's a brain problem, but imagine, so if you're a person who knows even remotely anything about agriculture, how do you dispose of your plants? A, do you put them, do you rip them up by the roots in the ground, put them in a trash bag, and send them off to the dump? That's A. Do you B, take them or cut them down and put them into a compost pile and let the roots kind of decay in the ground naturally? Or D, you just let them rot in place? What method do you think this man who says keep the woods woods does? None of the above. He burns them. That's what he does. He burns them. He's been a friend of mine for 2 years, but apparently I'm not enough of a friend of his for him to give me his plants so I can compost them. He somehow thinks that by burning them and putting the ashes back in his garden, he's returning them back to the earth. But like I kept telling him, you're just reducing the organic matter. You're putting nutrients in, but no organic matter, because the ash has no organic matter. You burned all of its carbon away. You burned what the plant spent its life building. And I was trying to explain it to him. Imagine if you spent your entire life making a t-shirt, right? You spent your entire life making t-shirts. And the second you were kaput, you died, or you weren't useful to people anymore. Imagine if someone went out there and burned and got rid of everything that you made in your life and just turned it into ash. But because it's polyester and plastic and other stuff like that, because he burns it in a grill, it's like, even that's a bad comparison, because it's still like, at least that comparison, you still get some benefit out of it in the wild. But with the other way, you're not doing anything beneficial. You're just burning it. It's like I told him, we're having a big problem sequestering carbon. That's why we need to plant more trees. You say keep the woods woods while simultaneously burn the woods because you don't treat your pepper plants as if they're trees, even though they are. And I'm just like, how fucking double-edged sword can you be as a kind of person who talks about wildlife but has no fucking idea about ecology or life cycles of things, what produces gases? He had to ask me what methane was. And I had to explain to him, because like every other person his age who's older than my generation, they're like, methane? Oh, you mean the fart gas? And it's like, no, idiot. Methane is colorless and odorless and doesn't smell like anything. The reason why you smell anything around methane deposits is because where methane is found, you normally also find sulfur, because both are a byproduct of degradation in an anaerobic environment. That's why you get sulfuric groundwaters in some area, because your ground is clayey and hard and anaerobic. So you get a lot of excess sulfates. And it also just depends on the composition of the rock where you live. If your rock composure has a lot of sulfates in it, sulfates tend to smell bad because it has sulfur. The only exception being magnesium sulfate, which has kind of a perfume kind of smell to it. But most things that have to do with sulfur are what cause smell that smells bad like that. You want to know what causes your farts to smell? Sulfur. It's not the hydrogen or anything else. Those are all colorless, odorless gases. That's why farts aren't green. I can't believe someone my age has to explain this to people 20 years older because of a failure for people to educate themselves because they don't want to get smarter. Most people like him spend their entire fucking life drinking. And he tried to criticize me because he's like, you smoke, like you give off smoke all the time. I'm like, yeah, how much weight is in a pack of cigarettes versus a 5-foot tall pepper plant? How much carbon do you think is actually built up in there? Because the pepper plant has a thick lignin structure. There's way more carbon in that than in a fucking tobacco leaf. On top of the fact that the problem with tobacco is not even the carbon, it's other chemicals that get released into the atmosphere. And I'm like, yeah, I smoke. But there are forest fires that burn everywhere. Smoke and burning isn't necessarily the problem here. It's just like I told him. If you want to burn it, go right ahead. But you have to understand when you should and shouldn't be using ashes. You shouldn't be burning every garden and adding ashes back to it, because the only thing, like I kept telling him, the only thing you're doing is removing carbon from the soil, sending the carbon into the atmosphere, and then being left with all the heavy minerals that can't be burnt easily by intense heat. Minerals like calcium and stuff like that. That's why ashes line out the soil. If you don't know what that means, it means it raises the pH, because most of the minerals that are left after burning stuff, again, are heavy minerals that tend to be on the alkaline side of things. So by putting tons of ashes in an area where he's trying to grow peppers, he's reduced his harvest every year. Substantially so. Because the first year I was here, his plants were like 5 to 6 feet tall. And he planted them around the same size when they were the same height. The second year that I knew him, because I've technically known him for 3 years, but I didn't become his friend until the second year that I lived here, when he like hollered at me when I was walking by one day. But that's not important. I'm not going to explain how I met him, because I just met him through like the most normal exchange ever. But I've seen his garden go from being good to being bad, and I've tried to tell him ever since I met him all the things that it's like I told him. Because he's like, I like to take the time and learn it myself. It's like, cool. And that's why I tell people life experience doesn't matter. Because if you spend fucking 10 to 15 years doing it wrong because you don't bother to look up the science behind it, then you mean you have less experience than a person who did it for 1 year but spent his entire time learning about it. So when he does make mistakes, he immediately knows how to correct them. Versus him, where he's clueless as to help his problem. I had to teach him how to get rid of aphids, because he was just junking plants he had indoors because they had a couple aphids on them and were sucking them dry. And he bought like neem oil spray and a bunch of other stuff like that, and he was spraying it on stuff that he was using to eat. You're not supposed to... It's not that neem oil will kill you or that it's toxic, but it's not necessarily something you should be eating. You should definitely wash food that was sprayed with it if it was sprayed with it. And even then, washing it normally isn't enough to just wash it with water. You sometimes even have to wash it with a little bit of soap and stuff like that to get rid of the neem oil. Because it will create this kind of shiny, reflective layer on the outside that you'll be able to see. It'll look like someone's, like, spilled a little bit of soap on it, almost. If you've ever if you've ever sprayed anything with an oil compound in it, you'll know what I mean. It gets that shiny, reflective look. That's why you don't put neem oil on your plants in the sun. You put it on at the night, so that when the moisture evaporates, the actual oil particles don't get as strong as of a light focusing effect and cause the leaf to get burnt from the sunlight. But again, it doesn't matter. He's still a dude. He's just a dude like me. But at the end of the day, he's a person who spent his entire life refusing to learn. And it's like, I keep telling him every time I go over there, I don't just like to go over to just sit and chill in front of a TV for 20 minutes. That's just not, like I told him, it's just wasting my time. Even if I have no viewers on my stream, I'd rather be doing this than talking some fucking useless garbage about the people that live around here that I don't give a fuck about. I'm not going to try to, like, pull the wool over someone's eyes and act like I care about most people. I don't. Because most people didn't care about me when I was younger. And you know how being treated when you were younger affects the way that you view things when you're an adult. And I learned that most people are pieces of fucking shit who don't care about real information or honesty. People always love to talk up the fact they love honest friends. But the second someone actually comes around with a little bit of honesty, people just think that they're being roasted. Like Mike. If you say anything to the guy trying to tell him something he's doing isn't the right way, it's not that he's not going to take your advice, it's just that he's going to not take your advice. He's going to acknowledge that you gave him advice. He will even probably remember the advice that you gave him. Is he going to do it? No. He'll only do something when it gets to the absolute, like, worst point ever. Like last year, when almost all of his plants, and this is a continuation of each year getting worse and worse over time. Last year, he had such a bad infestation of aphids in his yard because he's growing a monoculture. He never puts any other plants down, and he thinks by swapping the type of pepper in the spot that it grows will somehow stave off things that like to eat peppers. Because he just, again, he doesn't understand ecology. He doesn't understand biodiversity. He doesn't understand the fact that you need certain other types of plants around to be a host to beneficial insects that will help keep down the pest insects. It's why you don't walk out in nature and see plants with leaves that are coated in aphids from top to bottom. At least not often. You normally only find that in parks where there's a lack of biodiversity and people come and spray and mow the lawn regularly so that no beneficial insects are allowed to develop that much. But the harmful ones will, because there's nothing there taking them out, and in fact there's only insects promoting them, because he had a problem not only with aphids but with ants that were farming the aphids and meticulously placing them all throughout the plants on every leaf. So he had me go over to his yard with my pump sprayer and spray down most of the leaves and stuff on his plants with literally just a fucking $5 Walmart sprayer with some fucking tap water in it, a drop of Dawn dish soap, and a little bit of hydrogen peroxide. And all I did was spray the plants. And I told him, all you need to do is come out and do this again if you want to. If they don't go away after the first week, come out and do it again if you see anyone's come back. And after a week of doing it, he didn't have a single aphid on his thing anymore. And he realized, funny enough, through actual learning, that by doing something proactively, you can stop it from happening. And now, even though it took him 2 years to listen to me on this shit, he's finally starting to understand. Don't doubt a person who actually has more experience than you, because they spent more of their time learning about it and less of their time doing it. And I don't mean that in a bad way, because experience is the best way to learn. But if you don't know what you're trying to learn, then you're not going to learn anything. If you just go out and try and, if you had no knowledge of soil, agriculture, anything, and you just started a garden, this is why people think they have brown thumbs, because it's a lack of education towards plants. People who think that plants magically run on water, and water is nutrient. Water is not nutrient for most plants. It can be a delivery mechanism for nutrients, water-soluble nutrients that are created by organisms in the soil, unless you're giving them water-soluble fertilizer in the form of like hydroferts or anything that's water-soluble. I have some water-soluble stuff that's made of like rock phosphates and has a bunch of bacteria and fungal spores that are put in it. Not spores for the bacteria, obviously, but it's like, how do you put it? It's like the dried powder of them. It's in like the dormant state, and the second it hits water, it reactivates and will make a culture in that soil or pot or whatever you're trying to do it in. And I only used it because it had a type of fungus and bacteria that I needed for the blueberry bushes that wasn't naturally occurring in this specific spot. I would have had to go up on the mountains and take like a scoop of the soil out from the ground so I could get the mycology and then bring it back to my yard and put it in the ground, and that would have taken way longer to propagate because the soil wasn't the optimal thing. So by artificially creating a surface layer of soil that mimics what they like and then adding that bacteria, you can quickly you can quickly create a miniature environment for blueberries because they like very acidic soil. And the thing that keeps their soil acidic after they establish is the bacteria that creates a symbiotic relationship with them that releases a type of acid in the soil. And that acid is what lowers the pH over time. So a young blueberry plant can actually survive outside of its optimal pH range for a little bit. But once the plant starts to get an adult and has to go through temperate cycles, they have to be in that right pH range, or else the plants will turn red. They'll turn like a fluorescent red-orange and their limbs will start to burn off because they won't be able to process nitrogen, because they process a different type of nitrogen than plants that process nitrogen at the ranges of 6.5 to 7.0, which is probably the most common range for plants. The version that blueberries and a lot of plants that are acid loving, they like ammoniacal nitrogen, if I'm saying that right, ammoniacal or whatever. Whereas plants that are in alkaline or towards an alkaline spectrum prefer just straight nitrates and stuff like that as their form of nitrogen. So a lot of northern climate shrublands like low meadows plants like nitrates, which are created by bacteria in the soil as a waste product and through symbiosis. For example, plants in the legume family, things like red clover, white clover, common yard weeds that you'd see all around that are 100% edible and taste like a green bean, just no one eats them anymore. Those plants have a symbiotic relationship with a type of bacteria in the soil. Beans, if you grow green beans in areas where clovers grow, the green beans will grow really good because the bacteria is already present there, for example. And where you have that bacteria in the soil, it'll create these root nodules that are a formation of the bacteria growing off of the actual root itself. And these little like fluffy nodules, which kind of almost look like a fungus, even though it's a bacterial colony. These root nodules take in excess sugars from the plant and in return put nitrates that they sequester from the atmosphere into the soil. They don't sequester the nitrates, they sequester the nitrogen that occurs in our air and turn it into water-soluble nitrates that are absorbable by plants in the soil. They take it out of the air and put it into the ground. That's what sequester means. Well, not to put it into the ground, but to take it and put it into something so that it has a solid form. It's not a gas anymore. That's what sequestering carbon is. Keeping carbon in carbon state and not in a carbon dioxide state where it's got two oxygens bonded to it. That's why plants give off more oxygen than they use, because for every carbon dioxide they take in, there's two oxygens that get released. Whereas a plant doesn't need nearly as much oxygen to aspirate its root system. Because, again, one of the things that many people who don't know anything outside of, like, the norm nowadays probably don't know that trees do use oxygen too. And they just don't teach you it when you're a kid because they don't want to confuse you. Because the science of plants is more complicated than plant uses water and sunlight to grow. There are very few plants which do those two things exclusively. There's normally way more processes in between. This is why if you water too much, you get root rot from a lack of oxygen and a domination of bad type bacteria and fungus which thrive in a anaerobic environment, meaning no oxygen. And that type of environment people create in houseplants all the time. It's just that most common houseplant varieties are really, they're really used to it. So a lot of them don't get root rot fungus or are immune to it due to a symbiotic relationship that they already have with a pre-existing fungus that can help stave off the root rot. because they'll exchange chemicals and stuff like that. It's why plants can produce hydrogen peroxide themselves. It's one of the only natural places where you can get hydrogen peroxide occurring naturally is in plants. If you don't know what hydrogen peroxide is, I'll give you the basic chemistry rundown of it, even though I've done this 100 times. Not carbon. Hydrogen peroxide is H2O2. Not H2O, H2O2. It's not actually a complex molecule, but the thing about it is unstable. And I guess you'd say plants and fungus kind of learned how to use that chemical, way before we had an understanding of chemistry, as a form of antifungal and antibacterial thing. And in healthy soils where you have a biodiversity of different kinds of funguses and bacteria that are beneficial to plants, you rarely ever end up with negative effects on the opposite spectrum, from too much rain making root rot kill an entire forest. That doesn't happen because they all have such a strong fungal community, and that community creates, like I said, chemicals which kill other types of funguses. The entire war that gets raged in the ecology around you is insane. And like I tell most people think plants have no ability to communicate. And I don't mean that as in communicate with humans, I mean that as communicate with other plants. A plant has no way of knowing that it's next to another plant is a complete false statement, 1000%. And it's not because the plant literally knows another plant is next to them in terms of actually thinking about it. It's that funguses that communicate and prefer plant types will send chemical signals to different plants letting them know that this plant is here. And it was figured out through the use of, I believe it was a piece of radioactive carbon that they basically injected into the xylem and phloem of a tree. And they found that after several years, this radioactive carbon, or whatever they used to actually detect where this material they injected was going, because they knew they had put it into the tree initially. And after several years, you could detect it farther and farther out from the tree. And some people have said, oh, that's because the leaves fell on the ground and then the leaves gave up nutrients and stuff like that. But the carbon never entered the leaves of the tree because it was put into the root system. And they did a lot of these tests themselves to try and make sure to not give false results on this kind of thing, because it is something that we've been trying to study for a long time, is how plants can communicate with other plants around them through the use of fungus and bacteria. And in areas where you have incredibly fungally dominant soil, you have normally faster growing plant potential, meaning even if you deforested the entire area, the forest is going to grow back at 2 to 3 times the speed it did initially. And again, contrary to what people think, cutting down forests does not kill tons of wildlife. It may kill mammals and things like that, but, and I'm saying this not as a cop-out for the logging people, I'm saying this as a cop-out for wilderness. Animals have never been able to always survive everywhere. Same thing with a human. Sometimes things get cut down or burnt. And the sad part is that a lot of places where shit gets cut down, shit doesn't get replanted. But when it doesn't get replanted, that doesn't mean it doesn't grow back. I have seen it in my own lifetime where I'm 20 years old. Well, I'm older than 20. I'm 24, turning 25 in 2020. But I'm 24 years old. I've seen in my lifetime people cut down a slew of forestry to put in power lines, and within 5 years they already had to go out there and start clearing limbs and other things from the bottom, because you already had 4 to 5 foot trees growing in that were little baby pines or little baby maple trees or whatever the common tree was in the area where they were trying to put the lines in. And this shit happens all over the place. And again, I've seen how fast nature can take over a fucking zone, even when left untouched. You look at places like, what's that place? Something Bansk or whatever in Russia. The place that was next to Chernobyl that had to be dumped out. Not Murmansk or something like that. There was a town next to Chernobyl that basically had to abandon everything. And if you look up videos and footage of it now, everything has grown in completely. You wouldn't even be able to tell unless you looked at old pictures of streets from that city back in the day, how far the forestry has grown in, to the point where there's fucking vines and trees growing in the middle of amusement parks and stuff like that. In an area where people kept saying that, oh, the fucking radioactivity is going to kill all the wildlife and stuff like that. What about the Wells catfish that literally live in the reactor cooling pond where they dumped the cooling water? There was a River Monsters episode, I believe, where he went to catch, I think they're called sauger. No, a Xander. Xander. He went to catch a Xander out of the Chernobyl water pool. And he did. And the fish didn't... There were no lesions, no tumors, and stuff like that. And people were trying to understand why this wasn't the case. Because I guess it just turns out that fish's biology don't allow them to get as tumor-addled as humans or something like that when exposed to radiation, because they're not mutants. You can look up a picture of, or a video. There are videos on YouTube of people feeding the Wells catfish off of a bridge that live in the spent reactor pool, and none of them look malformed. They all look just like healthy catfish. If anything, it looks overpopulated. Because it's just catfish from end to end of the river. Nothing survives. It's insane. It's insane the bullshit people perpetuate, like radioactivity will kill the oceans. Because everyone was so fear-mongered into being scared of radiation. It occurs everywhere. You have people that think microwaves can do damage to you. You know if a microwave was dealing damage to you because you would start feeling hot. You want to know this genius invention that the scientists figured out about microwaves? They figured out that the size of a microwave cannot pass through a certain sized hole. And through doing that, that's why microwaves have the graded screens at the front and why you can never see inside of a microwave clearly. Because the interference that the machine uses to bounce the microwaves around on the inside has to be at that special diameter. And no matter which microwave you come across, they're all that same diameter. You can't, they're not going to put microwave emitters in things that would emit enough microwaves to even remotely cause more damage than what would be caused by you walking out in the sun. In fact, the sun's way worse. Way worse. Even if you microwaved your hand for 5 minutes, you could still cut your hand off and survive. If you got the amount of gamma radiation that gets given off by the sun injected into that same area, you'd be dead from actual, like, radiation poisoning. Gamma poisoning or whatever it is. I'm pretty sure the sun is gamma. It's either gamma or alpha rays. I know bananas give off alpha rays, so I assume the sun is gamma, but I don't know. Well, yeah, that's the whole idea of a gamma burst, right? I should look that up more. That way I can understand it. Whoa. I never noticed the top of the sky was so orange. Why can't you ever see that from down? Sorry. I was just chatting and chilling for a moment because I was getting inside my own head and couldn't focus on the game, so I needed to mouth off for a second. The usual, I hate the people on this planet, and they make it so much worse than it already is. The fact that no one understands remotely anything about what goes on around them, even though a lot of the stuff isn't complex, and you don't need to have a scientific degree to understand a lot of it. Understanding colony collapse disorder with bees, for example. The people who are like, save the honeybees and all this other dumb bullshit that are complaining about pesticides. Honeybees are not even fucking native to America. Worry about the bumblebees. Worry about the mason bees, the carpenter bees, the squash bees, the sweat bees, all of our native North American bees. We don't have native honeybees here. Those are exclusive to the eastern continents. That's the thing people don't understand. There's only 7 species of honeybees on this entire planet. There's over 3,000 or 2,000 species of bumblebees because they're solitary. They don't make a giant nest full of honey. Same thing with most of our North American bees. Most of our North American bees don't make giant hives. They make a tiny little hole in something. That's it. You ever seen the little things that you can buy, the little tubes you can buy in the little birdhouse looking thing for mason bees that are just little tiny sleeves of cellulose that the bees eat their way, they like bite their way into and make a little like nest out of it to lay eggs and stuff in and put a little bit of pollen and shit in there for them? Those are the bees that are dying due to pesticides. Colony collapse disorder is caused by too many people. Colony collapse disorder is caused by a very similar thing that has caused a lot of animals to fucking die. So it's not even like unique to bees. It's called don't spray pesticides that you don't know what effects they have on the environment. We almost killed bald eagles and then brought them back because of that. People spraying fucking chemicals that they shouldn't spray that made the bald eagle's eggs come out soft and squishy. And so the population's dwindled incredibly, except for here in the Northeast and in the few places in America where they don't regularly spray chemicals. Only people who keep perfect lawns around here are golf courses. And a lot of the places don't even allow them to spray. Because of either being next to a stream or river and possible contamination in river water that people fish and swim in. Which, again, like I've talked about before, isn't even as clean, so I don't even know why they do that, because Northeast is also the place where the sewer system is built into the storm drain system. So whenever we get a flood or a lot of water, the sewer system leaks into our main river channels as like a bypass, because they don't have any other way to deal with all the liquid. And no, I'm not joking you. That happens all throughout the Northeast, from Ohio to Maine. It's why the Hudson is so fucking disgusting. Because anytime New York City gets a rainstorm, guess what comes out in the Hudson? Every person's shit that they've dumped in the sewer system. Whether that be Drano, drain cleaner, any of that stuff. That's why they tell you not to swim in those kinds of rivers. Don't swim in any rivers where civilization is built next to them if you live in the fucking Northeast. If you know what's good for you. Absolutely disgusting. That's why they're always full of algae and rock snot. Also, yes, I do understand that rock snot is a type of algae, but most people, when they think of algae in lakes, they think of the green shit that's floating on the surface. They don't think of the snot that gets built up on the rocks. But that's still algae, too. Just a different species. Or type of algae, I guess. Whatever the denominator is. I'm not that smart. I shouldn't say I'm not that smart. I just don't know. If someone taught me, I'd probably know. That's why I always love when people are like, "Oh, you're so informational. You're so smart." I'm like, most people are smart. They just don't like learning. That doesn't mean they don't possess the ability to learn. They just don't like doing it. That's two completely different things. If you're good at doing something you like, that's probably because you like it. You ever stop and smell the roses? When you're interested in something, you're inherently more likely to learn more about it. What about that? How about that? One second.
This grave stands in memory of a hunter I once knew. Though enchanted by the dream, he remained strong and eventually saw the light of dawn. I pray that you found meaning and comfort in the waking world. Very well, let me... Farewell. Welcome. What is it you... Very well. Let the echoes become your... Let me... Farewell, good hunter.
Oh shit. My mic was muted that entire time. Sorry about that. I was talking for like 10 to 15 minutes or whatever, but apparently I was talking to no one. Not even to my stream. Just being a crazy person. It's alright. It's not like there would have been anyone there listening anyways. Doesn't bother me that much. I spent the first hour of my first Monster Hunter stream muted, and that pretty much ruined any chance I had at people watching that VOD and actually sticking around. And that was the first fucking episode of Monster Hunter. It couldn't have been on a worse thing for me to be a complete fucking idiot on. But I was. Though, again, not like it would have made much of a difference. There were like 1,500 people streaming it when that game came out. Just on PS4 alone, not counting all the people on Twitch that were streaming from capture cards in their computer and stuff like that. Before the PC version came out. I think it's actually insane the amount that a game gets streamed. We'll see with Neo 2. We will see how popular that game is when it comes out. Because I'll know. Because like I said, Monster Hunter, I experienced it day one. Experienced the fact that people who had the game open were sitting there just streaming their dashboard for like fucking 3 or 4 hours before even playing the game. Just like insane. I probably won't even start my stream on Neo 2 until it's been like 30 minutes or 45 minutes past release, and that's way too late. And that's only because I like to load into games, and with Neo I like to set all the options the way that I like to off the beginning. I did it with the trial so I didn't have to do all that shit while streaming, because no one wants to tune into a new game and see 5 minutes of going through menu options. Because most people don't even use them themselves, and that's why they complain about inventory management in Neo. Because they're dumb and don't know how options work, or don't know how to press a context-sensitive button on their controller when they're on a screen to sell something. People who never learn that if you just lock items by pressing square, you can press R2 when you're at any sell menu on any tab, and you can sell everything that's not locked in one or two button presses technically, because you got to press R2 then X. And then if you don't have the confirmation thing turned off, then it's a second X button, but it's just R2XX. It doesn't take that long. Because unlike a lot of games, Neo's menus are responsive because they run at really high frame rates. So, well, I say really high frame rates, like 60 is impressive, but there are certain cases where the game actually will unlock the frame rate all the way up to, I believe, 90 or 120 or something like that. When you're at like the blacksmith in Neo 1, which is why most consoles freak the fuck out when they load into the blacksmith in Neo 1, and Neo 2 will be the same way, except for the game will just be, in general, a lot more console intensive. For pros especially. Because they worked in a lot more the graphics that weren't in the action mode in Neo 1. A lot of the shaders and like small lighting effects and stuff like that that you don't get in action mode that you do get in variable frame rate mode. In Neo 2, when you're playing on PS4 Pro, you do get those options, and then variable frame rate mode is higher resolution with certain extra details and longer rendering distances, if I remember correctly. And then movie mode is just really high resolution with 30 frames a second. And in original Neo, hopefully they fixed it in Neo 2, but in original Neo, resolution mode, it wasn't worth it. It also had this huge problem when it came out with the resolution mode having this weird camera hitching, where you'd be turning your character and you'd just get this random bleh. And in 60 FPS, you noticed a dropped frame or a delayed frame or something like that a lot more. A skipped frame or something like that is a lot less noticeable in higher frame rate, but at 30 FPS you really noticed it. Eventually, if I remember correctly, they got that ironed out by like some of the last patches, but I don't think they ever fully ironed it out because I think they were already in the process of making Neo 2 at the end of Neo 1. To be honest, I think they started making Neo 2 the second Neo 1 sold more than 1 million copies. Because although Team Ninja's games had cult popularity, they were popular games, but they were never games that people stuck around with for a long time. And Neo was their first game where people have stuck with it for a long time. There are people I know who still play it regularly after years, just because they like the combat. And that's what I tell people about Sekiro. If Sekiro is so great... Oh. That person died. If Sekiro is so great with such great combat, why ain't the people who say that playing it? They ain't, though. They played through it once and said it was really good, and that's it. To me, that doesn't make a game good. And granted, I understand that not a lot of people play games over again. But Neo, out of all the games I've encountered, was one of the games that I've seen several people who never did NG Plus cycles actually attempt to do the next difficulty in Neo. Because Neo does something that you should do when you have NG Plus cycles. And that's introduce a new mechanic when you go into NG Plus. And then continue doing that. I say new mechanic, it adds a new armor rarity. I don't believe you access new mechanics until the second NG+. I mean, like, with the double guardian spirits and stuff like that. I don't think you get that until Way of the Demon, or something like that. But the game actually encourages you to want to play it over again, because the core of the game changes the further you get. Enemies get buffed and stuff becomes harder, granted for, in a lot of cases, artificial difficulty reasons, but also just how hard can you make a game that's already hard? And the answer is, you can make it as hard as you want to, but secondarily, Neo is also a game where players have way more advantages over the monsters than the monsters have over the player. The biggest advantage the monster has over the player is when it's some dumbass guy who's playing Neo like it's Dark Souls. That's a big advantage to the yokai, because they don't have to deal with magic, they don't have to deal with dexterity, they don't have to deal with a person who's changing stances and key pulsing all the time, they don't have to deal with 90% of the player mechanics in the game. When you're only using one stance and only doing the same thing every single time in combat, and you're not key pulsing and you're not being aggressive. Literally, the AI in Nioh is very rudimentary, and if you're not being aggressive on them, the enemies are going to wear down on you very fast, because if you're just doing mid-stance attacking an enemy from a front, you're doing a quarter, if not an eighth of the damage you could be dealing. That if you dodged behind, hit them in the back, or went into high stance, broke the horns, draw strike them when it was on the ground, or something like that. There's so many... In Nioh, there's so many possibilities for just walking up to a monster, what you can do. There's so many. In Dark Souls, you want to know what those possibilities are? Cast a spell, throw a consumable item, attack with your R1 button, attack with your R2 button, roll, sprint, and block. Those are the only things you can do at an enemy, and those things are context-based. Like, sprinting at an enemy does nothing if you're not going to press the R1 button. Sort of shit. When you compare the core of Nioh to a Souls game, Souls games feel completely inadequate to compare. They have half of the player mechanics. And I say half, trying to give Dark Souls the benefit of the doubt, in a way, because in all honesty, it's like a quarter, if not a sixth, of the game that Nioh is, just in terms of the combat complexity. Nioh is focused on the combat. It wants you to get good at it so you can manipulate and basically boss around all of the enemies. It doesn't matter if they deal 1,000,000 fucking damage on a hit. They're never gonna get a swing in. That's the whole point. You get good enough at Nioh, you watch some of the people who are godlike at that game, the fucking boss doesn't, not only does it not get a chance to hit the people, it doesn't even get a chance to do anything useful half of the time. That's the difference in between Souls games and other third-person action games. Souls games are a type of third-person action game focused on masochistic design, specifically implemented only in a way to negate a player's ability to do something. Take, for example, how super armor works in Souls games versus Nioh. Nioh, you have consistent super armor. You know what is and isn't going to be a super armor. The game doesn't rig in bullshit things like Bloodborne, where you have an enemy that hits you, and by proxy of hitting you, stuns you, so that when you press the roll button to try to dodge, so that you get hit, your dodge comes out afterwards, you get hit again, and then die. Because you're in a cursed chalice. Bloodborne also has the most egregious, annoying mechanic of any third-person action game, and that is the fact that when you hit an enemy, certain enemies have an ability they can use, which just automatically makes them super armor through whatever the fuck you're doing. Doesn't matter what you do, what you hit them with, unless it's something that pancakes them or sends them flying, they're going to hit through you no matter how many times you hit them. Like this boss. This boss is a perfect example of that. You can't be aggressive on me in single player, because if you are, I'll just start meleeing through your attacks and just hit you 3 or 4 times. And granted, this wouldn't be a problem if Souls games, I don't know, were smart about the way that they design their games. Like Neo, where you can see the enemy's stamina, and you can play around the stamina, and you know when you can punish, and you know when you can do key damage. You know how to abuse it. There are mechanics to abuse key damage. There's none of that in this. This is, I do circle strafe, I dodge, and I hit R1. That's all you can really do, unless you want to parry this guy as well. Then add that to the list of what you can do. The fact people even try to compare Neo to Bloodborne or any of the Souls games is just an absolute fucking laugh. Because not only is it not true, it's just, even I can show you the difference. And I'll be able to show you in less than 3 days. Or in less than 4 days. Because I'm playing this until that comes out. Bloodborne is the third-person action game equivalent of dive kick. Except with a couple more buttons. But that's basically what you're doing. Dodge, 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 kick. And it's just, you're doing that back and forth, except for the boss gets to have 12,000 HP, and you have 1,000 HP that you can heal back to 1,000 10 times. So even though you have the same HP, your character isn't as strong because they can only survive if you pump them full of juice constantly. It's like I was saying just earlier, I would love a Dark Souls mod where instead of Estus Flask being a thing, your character just has the amount of HP that they would have from having whatever amount of Estus Flask they have on them. So you just have this massive HP bar. You have as much HP as a boss, but you don't have any healing items. Because it's the same thing. Regardless of what you call it, it's the same thing. The only difference there is you're not going to be dying to random trash mobs like crazy. You're going to be dying to the boss because you took so much damage from the trash mobs that you can't survive the boss. And then the game just becomes the same easy joke if you're not taking any damage. Because there's, of course, in a game like that, there's no such thing as a one hit. You don't get one hit by anything. Because it's bullshit. Your character is an ever-resurrecting zombie. How the fuck can they just be one hit and then have to respawn at a fucking bonfire 30 yards away and then run back into the door being like, I'm back, bitch, guh! I'm back, bitch, guh! It's just so... The level of design in terms of the thought put into it is just stupid. The fact that they tried to explain why your character revives ruins the whole revive mechanic. Because it inherently is a bad story design choice. And in any movie situation, you would call that a cop-out design choice. Because it is. Having an ever-resurrecting anything, or having the never-ending story kind of bullshit, it never makes anything better. It never makes the game better. Only in Dark Souls is that allowed to actually be considered good writing and good story. You can argue all day that the characters in Bloodborne are well written. Sure. The actual story in Souls games are shit. It's just bad. It's small, scattered out stories that would be better off being told on their own. But instead, you get like a watered down, piece me together Pictionary puzzle that you have to put together about what even actually existed and why it existed. Because everything about that company is about the mystery. I wonder what happened to Epic Name, bro. Before YouTube, like, kind of fucked him over with... I don't want to say YouTube fucked him over. I would say he let YouTube fuck him over. Because he kept giving way too much of a shit about what people would say in the comments. And it's like, if you're playing any game that's a third-person action game, when you... were one of the people in the community that built the people up to be this way, where you talk up the game's mechanics and you talk up the game's design so much that when any other game had similar design, you fail to reference older games, you fail to reference games that had done it before, but everyone talks about how modern games are just ripping off of Souls games, but never talk about how Souls games ripped off of the games before it. Because that's not the sentiment that people have. When people have sentiment like that, people will always think that they're in the right because that's what they learned first. When that's simply wrong. It's just wrong. And it's a terrible mindset to have. And that's why if you use like genres to describe any genre other than roguelike, you're just a maniac. Because like I said earlier, the only reason why roguelike is even acceptable is because without saying an entire sentence of words put together, explain to me what genre Binding of Isaac would be. A One Life RPG, maybe, is like the closest small thing I could ever come up with. A One Life RPG. But even that is like a bad descriptor of the kind of game that it is. Because that type of game is so unique when it came out. And that is literally something that deserves to be called that, because it's hard to explain those mechanics outside of using the game that initially created those mechanics. Whereas with Dark Souls, that's not the case. Dark Souls did nothing unique gameplay-wise. Unless you're talking about an Estus flask. That's the only unique mechanic, and that wasn't in the first Souls game. Let's be clear. Because some people like to talk it up like it's existed for a millennium. It hasn't even existed for 10 years yet. Demon Souls came out in 2009. And in the first game, it has a normal, consumable, RPG-based healing system. Dark Souls created the mechanic of an Estus flask. In terms of a healing item tied to your checkpoint, which is modified by how leveled up that checkpoint is. To put it in easy terms if you've never played the game. Dark Souls is one of those things where, again, people talk it up so highly. I have admiration for the people who do the level design work, but really I only have that for the people who did Demon Souls and DS1. And Bloodborne too. But Bloodborne is kind of like iffy in that regard, because a lot of Bloodborne's background design and the environments are literally just a building that they made it slightly higher, and then they rotated it like 15 degrees. And so it looks like it's a full city of a bunch of different buildings and shit, but it's really just a building taken and rotated. If you've ever played Roller Coaster Tycoon or any tycoon game where you place down trees, you know what I mean. You place down the tree, you rotate it one tiny little bit to make it not on the same axis, place it down, rotate it again, place it down, and you just do that to create a randomly, quote-unquote, generated looking forest. And that's old news. But the actual design of said buildings are really cool. The ideas and the worlds that they think up are really cool. But they don't elaborate enough on them for you to feel like you even get a bite. You got to smell the food from across the room. That's a Souls game. But that food smells so fucking good that you can imagine yourself eating it. Because Dark Souls had, like, each game, Dark Souls built a world, and then they basically were just like, but what if we had a different one? But what if we had a different one? And it's like, you can only do that so many fucking times before you're the definition of regurgitation, which is where DS3 ended up. Where it's just a cesspool of regurgitated ideas or unused ideas. Like the hand things with all the eyeballs in them in DS3 that clearly were never intended to be in another game that has eyeballs with specific quotes about eyes being on the inside. But whatever. I don't make the Souls games. Got a great Souls community member here. Mr. Impatience. You find these guys all over the place. They're not exactly a rare species. do it to his legs. You and you, Kieran. Kieran. Sorry, I have no idea why YouTube did that. Loaded to the YouTube homepage for a second and it switched my account on me. Sometimes having multiple YouTube tabs open glitches it out though. I don't know why. I'm gonna drink some water. Yay. Excuse me. At least that time it wasn't from choking on my own spit. Not elegant. Dude. Why couldn't I hear them? I need to put some better stuff in this. I'm pretty sure he could have stepped on and triggered it. Oh, we used blue elixir. That looks really cool in that lighting. You look just like a fucking specter. Just die, dude. You're not even alive anymore. Fuck, man. Why do I not like fighting the pigs? Why does everybody hate souls in this game? I'm just running in the night. It's a new way to set me free. Oh yeah, I forget he does a little fireball.
Welcome. What is it? Very well. Let me stand.
Like, why do they even have the 6 strength requirement on the torch? It's not even possible to have less than 6 strength. Genius. It's fucking their brains exploding. Oh, wait. Woo! Where the fuck is this guy? What? Wow.
Hi.
How's it going? No, not those things. No. I gotta summon. Well, I don't have to summon, but it'll help deal with those. Oh, no. Please. No. No. You gonna keep doing that? What the hell is this room? Oh shit. Oh fuck, that's so fast, dude. God, there's gonna be a frickin' million ticks if I keep doing this. Nope. Buzz off. Goober. Oh, I didn't even pull the switch. What is wrong with me? Why have I done that twice tonight? Oh, my baby damage. Bungle dunk. Dunkle grunk. Solo time. It's time. God damn it, recovery. He just has to use that. Why did he need to use it? Great game design. Use a frickin' dash attack at close range. Great game design. Some bosses, they bother putting actual design effort into their programming. Or I should say, the Lua script in which they run under. Oh, I didn't pick up my souls. Oh. You gonna do it again, bud? Cool. Son of a bitch. I keep overcommitting. Stop getting greed. Stop being greed-tastic. No, don't do that! Fuck! So fucking stupid, dude. Neo's boss designs are bad because they just throw projectiles at you. Yeah, it's better than doing a fucking full body hitbox. It's better than pulling a monster hunter and just the monster does a dash attack in a random direction. This boss isn't even an original design. I don't even know why people give them so much credit. It's just fucking Beast of Darkness on fire. It's just the head put onto the body of a dog. They had nothing to do with the way that head looks, except for they made it in 3D instead of 2D. That's all they did. I mean, yeah, if you're gonna pull the, like, oh, you couldn't have made it in 3D, dumbass. No, I couldn't have. I don't have a computer with a 3D modeler on it, but I definitely would have made something that was at least unique and not just, I looked at a manga and then put it in my video game. Alrighty then.
Actually, I think lots of people are frustrated with this boss because how annoying it is, especially in Defiled.
Oh, I'm not even frustrated with the game design, honestly. If I was just more patient, it would be easy. I've just been playing through the base story in higher difficulties, where it's still easier than doing this. I just always like to vent my rage, and normally my way of doing that is just to make fun of the developers, because everyone cherishes them so highly. That's why they shroud themselves in mystery. You don't want to see what goes on with their proprietary game engine. You'd probably have nightmares, like they probably do. That's why they made a game about the nightmares they have. This is just Dark Souls, the nightmare. When you're up all night watching too much manga while being a video game developer. Did I say watching? I meant reading, but you know what I mean. Whatever. I'm fighting a fire door. Another. No, that's the... I'm so fucking dead. Yeah. I was really hoping I could stun him, but... you know, cameras and FromSoft games and them not knowing how transparency works.
I sometimes look at the one Reborn and I question, someone had to create that, animate it, and everything. What goes on in their mind? Do I even want to know what goes on in their mind?
No barf. I like how he barfs to the side, but nothing acts on dead. What? It looks really, he looks way cooler with the lava lighting the ground. You... How many licks does it take to get to the Tootsie Roll center of a fire dog? No ass fire. Don't do that. No! Now he's angry. Never mind, you did your worst possible attack you could have done. That was too early. Now I'm dead. Yeah. Curse you from soft, single-minded game design. And that evolved into 2 buttons in Sekiro. Or devolved, whichever way you want to put it. Sekiro's not. You can call Sekiro a good game if you want to for the experience side of it, but if you're still not playing it, then how good of a game really was it? Oh my god, really?
Hi, good morning.
How's it going? Look at that, 420. No, ruined. No. Ruined. I've been ruined. Man. Serration damage. Very nice. Go down on me. What the I'm being frickin'... Come on, doggo. Bring it on, doggo. You ain't got Shaz on that. Damn it. It wasn't doing damage to him for whatever dumb reason. Hitboxes.wav. Giant pizza cutter versus Cursed Fire Dog.
Has good.
Complete with. He's good. I have to go get more beast blood pellets. No run. No. You always gotta do that, dude. I didn't die? I'm dead now. Wow, that actually does some good limb damage. Holy shit. Yeah, you do that. I'll check that. Munch, munch. Wow, wow. Shouldn't have done that. I'm okay. Wow, why wasn't I using that the entire time? Holy crap. That's some real boy damage. The brew. That shit's actually good. Actually a useful hunter tool for a fight. I don't even know if I want to go down there.
Eighty. What's up?
Nope, she's aware. Oh god, and there's no ladder up, is there? Oh, and she's fetid. She's fetid. Goodbye.
What weapon will you mainly use for Neo?
All of them. Dual swords will be the first priority, though, just because dual swords are best. I don't know what they're going to add in the DLCs. I don't want to know, but regardless, I don't think they're going to make something stronger than the dual swords God of Wind into draw strike, changing stances and stuff like that. Whirlwind popping horns pretty much immediately is just like another reason why it's just so good. Motherfucker. Why'd you have to use that attack? Okay, that is not... At least I know spacing. That was a debate. Striking? Wow. What a boon. 60,000 blood echoes. Ooh. I don't take fall damage on this character due to a glitch that I don't understand. So if you're wondering why I don't take fall damage, I don't have a hack or anything on. It just randomly started to happen to my character, and then it just permanently got stuck that way. It fixed itself for like an hour the other night when I was playing with my friend Hyro. But then I died, and then got summoned in his game again, and then it started happening again. And now I don't take fall damage anymore. I only take fall damage if the fall would be an insta-kill. If it's jumping off of an object, it doesn't matter the height. I don't take fall damage as long as you don't insta-die.
Honestly, I'm probably gonna run Switchblade cause the playstyle is different.
No, it isn't. It's just a modified Odachi playstyle. Instead of just pressing square or triangle, you just press R1 plus the attack button with the added addition of X, but honestly, the Odachi and that weapon share a lot in common. The only difference being the Odachi actually does damage and doesn't take all your stamina to block with it. The worst part about Switchglaives is they have an incredibly low block stat and kind of a bad break stat as well. Meaning that the weapon is supposed to be, I guess in their mind, a lightweight, fast weapon. It has the worst block rating in the game, if I remember correctly. Excuse me. Ladies. Oh yeah, it's this floor. That's right. Blood vials, blood vials. Really? Ow. I just want to get to the switch. Don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. Okay, now you can do it all you want. Run! No! He wasn't supposed to hit me. Oh my god, I'm dead. Nope, I mashed enough just in time. Wow. Oh, let's go. King's the worst weapon in the game. What are you... Look, there will be no debating here. Apparently, yes. How that did not deal damage to me, I do not know. Yes.
Did you find that the Tonfa are very terrible?
No, because they're not. They are the only weapon in the game that has a basically infinite immunity that you can do with it. If you can master the Tonfas, you can be invulnerable in Neo, because Demon Dance is so overpowered. This is why I do co-op and I don't do dungeons myself, because I just lose my souls over and over and over again. Well. What the hell? I didn't even light the lamp down there.
Seems like a pretty big hit, haha. Run by the screamers! That's pig side. Where did I jump off? Okay. Well, there.
But yeah, I'm not good at demon dance on tonfas, so it's not something I normally use. In fact, when I used to use the tonfas on Neo 1, I used to disable demon dance because I found it actually fucking with my playstyle, but that's because tonfas just have a different playstyle than other weapons. Most of the weapons you can play identical to one another. The tonfa is the only weapon that you actually have to play fundamentally differently than the other weapons. Because your key pulse is a full immunity dodge when you have demon dance. Could the game stop frame chugging for a sec? Nope. Sorry, come again. Wait, what? Why was that boss after the fire? What? I'm not even gonna go into the bonus zone. I will do a tip on how to speedrun chalices. Oh my god. What the fuck is that? Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out of here with that. Are you serious? Oh my fucking god, that tracking. Let me live. No! Fucking spiders! It just had to be the only enemy with a fucking instant attack.
Sometimes I wonder who designed stages laugh.
No one designs them, they're procedurally generated. That's why human-made content always feels better than robot-made content. It's alright. Just do the bait and switch. I'm not even trying to keep my souls anymore, it's not even worth it. The objective is...
Masochist.
Get past the spoders. Get past the spoders with the instant attacks! Fuck! The fucking shit hits you before the animation is even halfway complete. Jesus Christ. I would rather that be 100 ROM spiders. The normal fucking spiders are so much more annoying. Yeah, I knew he was gonna... They always open up with the fucking I'm gonna do a rolling attack nonsense. Alright, what's the clear route? We're gonna go at this like it's a Sports game. Yep, I should have figured. Dead. It's like, honestly, I could take 30 minutes doing each individual enemy in these chalices, but it's not interesting to me, and I normally only do that when I'm co-oping anyways anymore, because I don't even... There's nothing for me to get out of it. What? I'm gonna wait and get 1,000,000 souls to level up? The only thing I want are gems, and it's not even worth killing the big enemies for their gems, because the levels are so full of shittier small enemies, which are way more intimidating. I'm not even worried about the fasting there. I'm worried about all the little spiders that instantly damage you by proxy of being next to you. Because of shit, like, shit hitbox design. It's not even that the attack is bad. It's that the way the hitbox is designed is dumb. Come on. And that's oh, that... Never mind. I thought it was a headless one, because it's a cursed Thumaru chalice. Layer 5. What is the chance you actually get a normal bloodletting beast and not the maggot one? It's gotta be such a low chance. I think this is my first time fighting a normal bloodletting beast in a layer 5 chalice. Normally it's the maggot one, and the maggot one has a different moveset. It's got the same moves, it's just the way that they use them in strings are different. This version of the bloodletting beast does that, for example. And a lot of people have trouble with that. And that. Sorry, give me a sec. You know what's weird about fights like that and the Watchdog is I often don't have trouble dodging stuff that most people have trouble with. The problems I often have with fights are problems that other people don't have with those fights. And I don't know why that is. You don't know how many people I've been co-oping with, even recently, who walk into the bloodletting beast fight and get sucker instant killed because they don't know how to dodge the sucker punch. And to be honest, I don't understand it either, because I can dodge the sucker punch and the wind-up sweep every single time. Well, for the most part, when I'm actually paying attention. But I cannot dodge Maria's delayed attacks to save my life. It's like, if it didn't have an indicator and a shiny thing to distract me, I would be able to dodge it every time. But because it does like the shink in the shine, it like throws my brain off every fucking time. I don't know why I'm geared that way, but it's why I don't have a problem with Cause, but I have a problem with Maria. It's even just like parrying Cause. I can parry Cause regularly, and according to videos I've seen, his parry frames are like 2 frames or 4 frame window, or something like that, to not trade and instantly die in some cases. But you make me try a backwave and Tempest in Neo 1, it ain't gonna happen. I don't know why I'm like that, but I can't backwave and Tempest in Neo 1, even though it's pretty much the same kind of timing. It's just like how in DMC5 I could max succeed very often. I could just never do it consistently, and I would sit in the training room for like an hour just doing the button inputs over and over and over again. And you could see where I was doing the inputs basically the same every time, but shit where if you have to delay it off by like another frame or two, that shit just fucks me. I don't know why it does, but it just does. People always treat Dark Souls as the godfather of games with iframes in them, but many other games did it before, and their system of doing it was arguably better because it was actual iframes, it wasn't partial iframes. But nowadays games are so obsessed with balance that Bloodborne is the closest to an actual full iframe dodge that we'll ever get in a video game, probably. If it wasn't for that, I'd get hit a lot more in Bloodborne. And that's why it's part of the reason why it's so easy for me to time that stuff. You get fucking 12 frames and 30 frames a second. How can you not land a dodge when that is the case? I can understand if you can't like mid-roll and DS1 and dodge shit, because I think that's like 6 frames at 30 and 12 at 60 or something like that. Compared to Ninja Flip, which at 60 FPS is 24 frames of invulnerability. The Ninja Flip is the same as the Bloodborne dodge in terms of the invulnerability frames you get on it. It's just the startup of the Ninja Flip in DS1 is actually longer than the Bloodborne dodge, so the whole dodge takes longer in general. Give me like another 5 minutes. I need to do a couple things and then I'll be back for some... I'll continue doing co-op because I don't like doing stuff by myself. Well, I don't like doing stuff and summoning people. Because I possess the ability to beat most of the bosses in this game easier when it's by myself. Like, Abridus is so much easier for me when I'm by myself because people just end up fucking it up. And a lot of people use frickin' bolt paper when fire and the fire and combo is better on certain monsters like that. Abridus is one of them where fire and oil combo plus Ludwig's plus charge thrust on head equals 3,000 damage in one hit, plus the follow-up dealing like 2,600 to 3,000 damage as well, and you've halved her HP bar. And one more hit with an L2 or a running attack, and she's viscerable. And that's almost 3/4 of her HP before she gets to do a whole lot, but that relies on her doing the head slam attack and knowing the spacing for it. Once you master the spacing on the head slam attack on Abridus, that boss becomes very easy. But yeah, I need to be right back, like 5 minutes. Alright, sorry, I'm back. Let's hope there are people even left that want co-op. I want to be your cooperator. The cooperator of the common denominator. You gotta remember that that color door is always the door that you want. Ah! Get the trees. I have my character on follow. got the blue lamp. It's the way back. It has to be. Kane Brothers. One's an exiled prince and the other is a wayfaring mage. They teamed up to become the best Kane duo that you have ever seen. Not spiders. I don't even hate them because they're spiders. I wonder what it's like having an innate fear of spiders. Like, to the point where you see one and it actually is scary. I could understand if it like started to crawl on you or something and you got scared. But just the act of a spider existing is not scary. Or having to look at a spider. actually got the fire on it and the lag. Sorry, I'm not saying much. I'm looking something up on my computer while I'm sitting here. Let's see, we got a Land Before Time fan. Camera, please. Oh, goodness. Wow. Excuse me. Settle down, spaz. The school of goobery. Trucker. What? How early do I need to shoot? At this point, I'm just firing at random times and hoping that it parries. Explain to me what is going on! Holy shit, dude. Holy shit. I did almost half of his HP with just my hunter pistol. Holy shit, dude. Fucking Wi-Fi users. I'm gonna make my shitty dad joke of the week that I make every month of every week, so. You wanna know what Garlic's favorite food is? Garlic bread. And see, it was such a dad joke that I messed it up. That's how much of a dad joke it was. Supposed to be, do you want to know what Guar's favorite food is? But I fucked that up. Jesus Christ. Can you tell I'm a tiny bit tired? Just a little bit of madness. Time to make my own Joker video on YouTube and get 1 billion views. I'm the Joker, baby. Seriously though, who doesn't like that video? What, you don't like the I'm the Joker baby video? It's a level of insanity. A new level of insanity. Sorry if you hear any pops or cracks. Stretching. Forget just how much damage they do when they're buffed. Roadhouse. What is that guy doing, a thrust build? What the hell was that? What? I've never seen anything like this. Here, I'll show you something you probably didn't know. I broke the chest! It's not only in DS2. It doesn't do anything in Bloodborne, though. If you break the chest, the item is still the same. It's a shortcut door, bud. It's got the spikies. What the hell? There was a... Did you see that? There was a frickin' illusory wall flame. Flame? Frame. I can't even speak English. Nice. You figured out a button you could press that would get people's attention. You could have just transformed and untransformed your weapon like 5 times in a row. He just swapped his weapon to go like this. And then swap back. Why are you following that guy like he knows where to go? What would have made Bloodborne more interesting if weapons had progressive combos in between buttons when they're two-handed? So you could do like 2 R1s and then start from the 3rd L2 or something like that. Because I don't want the shitty L2s with this thing when it's transformed. I don't want this. I don't want a worse than DS1 normal attack. But I like the 3rd and 4th attack. And I wish I could go like this and then have it be a sweep. Wow. Making me realize just how bad Ludwig's and stuff like that is. Considering that shit can be buffed and already does that much damage unbuffed. Oh, but we can't let you buff Ludwig's because it does 2 different damage types. We're from Sonic. Game design. Even the DS2 dev team knew that was utterly stupid. The whole idea of a weapon somehow being magically enchanted with a rock that's red and it making the weapon deal fire damage but not being lit on fire. Why can't I light it on fire on top of it being fire already? It's a fucking fantasy game. At least DS2 understood that much. People give DS2 shit, but it was still better than fucking DS3. Can I get my parry? I'm so tired of being so delayed that I can't parry a basic enemy when my frames... Like, it's not like I'm not parrying it at the right time most of the time. It just doesn't work. It only works if you hit it like a full half a second early. I did nothing. Guy with the whirligig saw making me realize why having a weapon that can be buffed, even if the weapon is already disgusting by itself, is such a big deal. Like, they're not even comparable. You have Ludwig's whirligig saw, which are like quadruple, quintuple, sextuple tier S tier, just S tier. And then the closest weapons to those two weapons is the Moonlight Blade. That's just an S tier. And that's the closest you get to them in terms of a shitty tier list. Everything else in the game is just dog shit if you're trying to compare damage. You would literally think you didn't upgrade your weapon all the way. You do so much less damage than an unbuffed whirligig saw. Wow, there have been 4 people watching? I can't believe you're watching 5 minutes of me sitting at this screen for like 30 seconds of a boss fight that 2 times in a row I've done almost nothing in. Because I keep trying to parry when I should just put on the Moonlight Sword and press the R2 button. But I keep hoping that one of these people is actually not going to have McDonald's Wi-Fi as their normal internet. Or be halfway across the world from me. Because I know that those can be parried regularly, even in online, playing with my friend Hyro. Just want to parry, dude. Jiao Mao. 007. I wonder what boss it is. Oh, he hasn't even opened up the gate. It is Bloodletting Beast. Is it Brain one? Yeah, it's... No, it's Worm one. It's Wormwood. It's Absinthe. Nope. You missed that one. Try another. You missed that one. Never mind. Now I know why that happened. Because the host was literally just standing there. See, I thought he was aggroed on the other guy, and when he lagged backwards and hit me, I was like, well, yep. The other guy didn't even commit. He buffed up his weapon and everything, and I threw an oil urn, and he didn't even commit to that first opening. He's just like, nah, dude. He's probably gonna bold Hunter's Mark out of that fight or some shit. Honestly, I already knew going into that the connection was going to be bad. I don't know why it's so bad tonight especially. I feel like it normally isn't this bad on the regular. I'm only going to be doing it for 30 more minutes anyways. Well, 25 or so more minutes. 24. I was looking at the clock just as the time changed. How about it? How you doing? Remember that Eddie Murphy movie? No, no one likes to. I'm always amazed with how poorly rated Norbit was for a movie. Ooh. The moon is nice. Looks really, really nice. I wish I didn't develop an astigmatism. I miss when I used to be able to see the actual detail on the moon. Now whenever I look at a full moon, it's just streaks. And it's so much brighter that I can't see any detail in it. I have to like cover my eyes for like 15 to 20 seconds to make my eyes dilate and then open and look before my eyes adjust. Then I can see the detail for a second before the bright light overtakes the focus problem in my brain. Because the more light you have with a person with astigmatism, the less noticeable it is, the less overall light you have. But when you have a lit object in a really dark room, it makes your astigmatism exaggerated. That's why a lot of people with astigmatism talk about how driving is a nightmare. Because driving at night specifically, but even driving during the day with cars being shiny and reflective, even that makes little streaks come into the corner of your eyes. If you don't have an astigmatism, and depending on how your astigmatism is in your eyes, like with mine is way worse in the corners of my eyes than it is towards the center of my eyes, thankfully. But anytime there's like a light bulb in the corner of my eye, if I'm like looking forward in a room and someone has a lamp on a shelf that's just in the corner of my vision, I have to like sit in a specific way where the bulb or any of the shiny part of the light is not exposed to my eyeball, or else it'll just be a giant bright streak coming into my eye. I don't know how else to explain it. And if you have that problem and didn't know that that wasn't how lights are supposed to work, you should consult an eye doctor, because you probably have an astigmatism. The problem is that most people who have an astigmatism develop it at a really early age. Mine didn't become noticeable until 2 years ago, and I started to notice it over like a period of 2 to 3 weeks. Especially because I was also suffering from just overall loss of focus. Like I could not focus on things in the distance anymore. Things that previously, where I live, like I could look outside and look at a specific thing and it would be clear, and it kept getting like less and less clear to the point where it pretty much is now. It hasn't changed since like I lost like I want to say I lost like a 24th or a 30th of my vision. Like not that much, because my vision is still like not that impaired outside of the astigmatism. But I can't focus on distant objects anymore. I can't focus on distant objects, and lights, no matter how I look at them, always have big fucking streaks coming off of them, which sometimes, and pictures of astigmatism don't explain this or do this well, but for me, one of the things with my astigmatism that is most noticeable is I'll get these streaks that will go, that are based off of my eyelid. So like if I open my eye all the way up, I won't see the streaks, but it's the tears. The tear creates just enough of that like layer, the tears coming out of your like tear ducts onto your eyeball. That tiny little layer that's slightly thicker as it gets like pushed onto the eye as you blink actually is enough to interfere with my astigmatism and make it worse. So if I like squint my eyes and look at stuff, it makes everything look like there are spikes coming off of it that is just light, but they're like very tall spikes. I'm talking like needle type spikes that come off of everything. And if I like look at a specific angle or look away from certain things, I'll get this streak which goes perfectly vertically downwards. It's like straight up and down. Like on my on my laptop, it's got a button that has a little LED. I don't even know what I was going to say that started with D. It has like an LED light built into the button. And if I press that button and the light is there, it basically leaves a streak that's the length of my entire laptop when I'm just sitting at it like 2 to 3 feet away. And I can see the streak. But that's, again, only when I'm like squinting my eyes. If I open my eyes up all the way, the streak is very minuscule and it's just a bunch of little spikies that surround the light in kind of like a circle. Or relatively in a circle. Sometimes it's just 2 spikes, sometimes it's like 4 or 5, sometimes it's many, depending on the type of light bulb it is. Or light source. Like a glowy lit object will have a very light layer of the little spikies going around it. Whereas like a car headlight, that's like a bright light, that's made to have like a piercing quality to it, those lights will leave like streaks that go all the way across your vision and are almost completely blinding. And it's because the light's focusing in front of the area where your actual fovea absorbs it. So basically you're just seeing like bright sections of light instead of seeing what the actual thing is, because it's focusing in too early is basically the case. It's like having a camera lens in front of another camera lens, but that camera lens is like all fucked up. So even though it should work, the other camera lens always has like this haze or glow around it. There are many different eye conditions that you can get that augment the way that you see things, that don't necessarily affect your vision directly. Like, they don't necessarily mean that you see worse. If you have like keratoconus, which makes lights look like they have a bloom effect around them, it makes every light looks like a video game light, where it has like a glow around it. Because lights don't naturally do that. Lights don't naturally have a little glowy aura and then emit light circle around them. And if they do to you, then you probably have some kind of eye condition. And like I said, you should probably go and see an eye doctor. A lot of people don't even know that they have a type of eye condition, because they'll go most of their life thinking that going to an eye doctor is annoying. The only annoying thing about going to an eye doctor is having your eyes dilated. And that doesn't even last that long. People complain about that like that's a bad thing. Unless you're getting like LASIK or some like important eye surgery, you're not going to have to wear anything for longer than like a couple hours. Because if it lasts for longer than a couple hours, then you have a bigger medical problem. And don't, that's what she said me. I know that's what she said. Kuro kombu. This will probably have to be the last one. It's like, you better be using that sprint button. Come on, it's a long, straight hallway. What? Soft and wet. Nani? Wow, that's really fast. Oh. What? At least this guy has decent internet. I'll try not to die. Try not to die. Soft and wet. Screamer. We got a screamer on the loose. This is a bad attack. You can do a running attack version of it? What the hell? I think it's the only weapon that has a running L2. Oh yeah, I guess it doesn't work unless everyone gets off. That's so fucking weird. I guess the platform counts as a giant button, I guess. Is how it works. I mean, it doesn't really matter which way you run. It's the same either way. I just showed you the definition of why corner cutting in a video game saves you time. Wow. Wowzers. Say no to bonus doors? Question mark? Bonus door. Move! Get thee gone. Oh, you. want to explain to me how I'm not hitting him? What is your fucking bullshit that's going on here, game? Netcode. Do the twist. I don't have enough to level up, not even close. Not even close, kid. Anyways, I'll be back. Have a good one. I'll probably be doing the same thing tomorrow. But yeah, just co-op. Have a good one.